Okay, stream is up. So, where did I leave this off? Alright, let's see here. So, okay, well, one viewer. Let's definitely see how far I can get this. I actually sat and read Fahrenheit 451 throughout most of yesterday. I wanted to refresh my memory of it. It's been a long time since I read it. Fortunately, I had a copy of it on my Kindle, so I didn't even have to buy a copy, which is definitely nice. So, where did Mildred's World come from? I want to reread this section to make sure I actually got this. Hey, Mossvax, how you doing this morning? Written well before its time, written by Ray Bradbury. It's set in a world where intellectualism has, for want of a better term, gone outmoded. The main character is Guy Montag, a firefighter whose job is to burn books, and begins to question the world around him. Bradbury's book largely tends to be remembered due to its themes of censorship and destruction of ideas. He was influenced to write the book due to the book burnings and Nazi Germany. The version of the book I had on Kindle actually had an entire additional afterword that basically went into the details of it. I'm going to have to figure out the exact edition I have and add the citation. Probably should actually just add the citation now. Let me see, a reference generator. Hopefully they have, yeah, here we go. Book title, Fahrenheit 451. Because I'm citing from the book, I should, there we go. Book title, reference generation. Yep, that works. Okay, copy. So I'll add that to the bottom of references. Yeah, there's definitely going to be a lot more. I've never been to Australia. I've stepped foot on 4 continents. I've been North America, Europe, Asia, Africa. Actually, technically 5, because I've also stepped technically on the foot of Oceania, but not in Australia. I've been to Hawaii and the Philippines, which are considered in Oceania and not part of the Americas. So technically it's 5 continents. But I never actually made it to Australia. I've never actually been south of the equator. I was saving it for driving down the Pan American Highway, but it never actually happened. So go back further and have been more omnipresent first. Start. In the world of Fahrenheit, I am happy I actually reread it because it actually does explain it. Fahrenheit 451. The character of Captain, I think it's Barry Beatley. Beatley explains how it came about. As radio, essentially, all right, I need to figure out how I summarize it, because this is basically given as a very large info dump right in about the middle of the book. I literally read this yesterday. Montag steals, in the book, Montag is called to the scene of a woman who is hiding books in her house, and the firemen are called to burn it down. And she decides to self-immolate with her books, then survive the destruction of her property. Montag steals a book which is which turns out to be a copy of the Bible, and takes it home, and then is so horrified by what played out, he essentially faints sick. The captain shows up and sort of explains how, as buildings became fireproof, the traditional role of the fireman was essentially becoming outmoded. People stopped reading and consumption of mass media, and then the media became simplified and simplified. In effect, how do I want to sum this up? Like, I know exactly where I want to take this, because this is basically my lead-in in talking to what I call one-way and two-way communication. Retreat from the world, part of being human, and create it. Here's the thing Mildred's world came about from. It's explained to us in the narrative that information started becoming more and more condensed. Books were condensed down to simple summaries that you could read and show off to all your neighbors. Wow, I can't spell. I mean, it's not like there's anything new about that. Show off all to your neighbors. Over time, the attention span of people began to decrease. Works got shorter and shorter until they became nothing more than jingles. One recurring theme brought up by multiple characters is the government didn't ban books, is that reading didn't stop due to government prohibition. People stopped reading on their own. What this eventually became replaced with jingles, fake families, fake interactions, and essentially faked media. Is that a good way to actually lead this in? So let's however, the why of this happened is left open-ended. I mean, yeah, this is pretty much explained as is by Beatley in the midpoint of the book. It's also explained towards the end when Montag meets the book people that people stopped reading in and of itself. However, let's see here. It's implied that part of this is that people found knowledge upsetting. This is found knowledge upsetting. The idea of anything but a book or any sort of media showing the differences between people or incorporating new ideas became uncomfortable and then intolerable. Probably the part of this is that people found knowledge upsetting. The idea of the book or any sort of media between peoples, it countered reality. As this downward spiral continued, the government banned books. Firemen, who had been rendered obsolete by the advent of fireproof buildings, became... I need to remember what it is. There's actually such a great line. I really hope I wrote that in my notes, the exact line. Because I actually wrote a bunch of notes when I was reading Fahrenheit 451. Yep, here it is. Captain Betty recounts the history of books, talking about burning books after the Civil War, then television and radio. People didn't get along. Actually, so Captain Betty notes that much of this is that people simply didn't get along. The idea that everyone is different made things difficult, and thus people shied away from knowledge. It countered what appeared to them as reality. Became the... Apparently, I didn't actually write the line down. I could pull the book up and actually read it, but I think I've got the point I want to make here. Downward spiral, government bans books. Firemen who had been rendered obsolete became essentially the cleansing gained a new role in burning the harmful material away. It's explained to us in the narrative that it's become more information started become more condensed. Attached span got shorter, became nothing more than jingles. One recurring theme brought up by multiple characters is that reading didn't stop due to government prohibition. People stopped reading of their own accord. And it continued until we reached the present day within Fahrenheit. Fahrenheit 451. I'm definitely going to have to go through and revise this multiple times. Hey, Grant, pal. I hope you're having a good morning today. I'm just sitting here doing my writing. I definitely need to figure out what I'm going to be doing for my next project. But I got the full edited video for Linux on Scratch and XP uploaded yesterday. I got the thumbnail done and I uploaded the text for the subtitles, but YouTube is being YouTube and it's not letting me edit the timings. So it may ship with scuffed subtitles. There isn't a lot I can do about that. Regardless, I carry on. For a minute. All of this seems normal. Small. Question is, I don't know if this paragraph actually, I think I can scratch this entire paragraph. I'll put it down in the bottom in the reject pile. Yeah, I definitely want to do another project. I'm thinking, I've been mulling doing something with OS2, but I gotta be honest, I'm so cooked after doing the last one that it's gonna be a while before I'm ready to do one. Like, I've been thinking, do I want to do something with NT, you know, building an OS2 LAN server and then see if I can upgrading it all the way to server, I don't even know what the current version is. I think, I know it was server 19 and we got 22, so maybe server 25 is out. Like, it might be interesting to try and upgrade a domain all the way from OS2 and LANman to NT4 and then up the entire chain, but I honestly don't know. There's definitely some other things I can do, but I've had a distinct lack of inspiration. Like, the XP on the Linux from Scratch on XP is a passing idea I've had for probably a decade, just thinking if it could even be done, because let's be honest, that was not an easy project, and I knew what I was doing. And even then, I didn't complete it 100%. I'm still kind of pissed about the bootloader, but I wasn't going to lose weeks of my life just to solve that. I've actually already compiled Rhapsody from source. I did that with NeoZed quite a few years ago, and I don't know if I'm ready to do another full recompile. I have seriously considered it. I have thought about just blowing the dust off like some OS2 dev kits and like seeing what it's like to port a program to OS2. But I'm not quite at that point yet. I mean, strictly speaking, the entire Linux distribution was built from source from scratch. It's just the bootloader wasn't. And so, you know, it's everything but that. I definitely want to figure out how I'm going to end this paragraph, because this is going to lead in to something I've been trying to articulate for a while, and I've gotten the idea down. Because when we talk, a lot of the media is one way. Like, you're listening to me, you're hearing what I'm saying, but it's not really, strictly speaking, a conversation. Now, I have chat, I can see people, but if you're watching a non-live, you know, like a regular video, it's one way. And, you know, that exists both in real life and not. Like, when you're in a classroom, the communication is largely one way. You know, it's people, you know, it's the teacher telling you this is what is true, this is what's not true. And, like, let's be honest, if you bring up a dissenting view, you're likely just going to get sent to the principal's office. This, you know, the same thing's true with television, same thing was true of radio. And I think a lot of what changed with the internet was when it started becoming that, because in the 90s and the 2000s, while YouTube existed and social media existed, it was not to the same extent. I mean, Facebook was limited to education, universities. That's when I originally got on the platform. So there was a lot of localness and community about it. And then it was open to the general public. And after that, it expanded and expanded to the point that it just became people shouting at a wall. I mean, maybe it was like that from the word go. But yeah. Here. I don't think this is actually where I want. I think I want to answer this question a lot more simply. It comes from the Parlor Walls, which are essentially large flat screen televisions. Mildred, it's not... The narrative implies there's some sort of interaction. It is essentially broadcasted into the home, and people do get together to essentially... Mildred even refers to the parlor as her family. Yeah, but like I said, I think the problem goes back way beyond this. I don't think this is new in the digital age. I think it's become a lot more prevalent. But you could have a parasocial relationship with television. What's the actual difference here, aside from the fact that there's no algorithms with TV? But even then, in the TV world, the programming on a given channel was basically figured out by there's these things called Nelson families. It figured out what people watched, and then they tuned the broadcasting to what it is. When you look at it in the digital age, it's a much broader scope. But this was happening beforehand in the age of television. And if we go back further, it was happening in the age of radio. Here. It came from the Parlor Walls, which were essentially large flat screen televisions, as her family multiple times in the book. Essentially, when reread, she even speaks of acting in plays in the parlor, where she would have part of a script and act it out in concert with her parlor family. It's never implied that this communication is interactive, or the parlors provide two-way interaction in and of itself. It is a fantasy world that exists for anyone to retreat. In a lot of ways, this resembles what is known as parasocial relationships in the real world. It's the one-way type of connections viewers make with a streamer or a video host or a radio star. fundamentally, though, this type of relationship, while only identified in the digital age, has become the norm of human communication, at least as far back as Bradbury's time, and probably goes all the way to the advent of radio. This is due to what are one-way Pat Grant, Grant Pyle, I definitely agree with you. Like, I think this is one of the big problems that I've encountered, because I've read a lot of people that say digital media is the devil for, it's an oversimplification, but essentially that. But I think this is more a multi-generation thing. Like, I think a lot of the problems in society is that this has been going on for multiple generations. Put it like this. The boomers were the television generation. From the research that I've been doing between streams and kind of overall, television was in about 80% of American households by the 1950s. So we're talking the tail end of the silent generation going into the beginning of the boomers. You're dealing with a generation that essentially took the TV as gospel, because let's be honest, a lot of parents plop their kids in front of the TV. In fact, that's actually even referred to in Fahrenheit 451. One of Mildred's friends talks about she had a kid. She sends him off to school 6 days a week, and on the day he's home, she just puts him in the parlor room and treats him like a load of laundry. And if you could articulate that idea in the 1950s, that means it was commonplace enough. I'm only working off one data point, but the fact that you could articulate that decades before the advent of YouTube and such catches me. And a lot of it is because it's a one-way communication. But now, take multiple generations of that happening succinctly. You had the silent generation, which largely, and even before then, but let's just start with the silent generation. The silent generation was the type that listened to radio and grew up with radio. My grandmother used to say that when she was a girl, they would listen to radio programs in the house. My mother was not much of a television person, but neither was my father, because he barely spoke English when he arrived in the United States. But I know my uncles talked about watching television all the time as they were growing up. They grew up with this same type of parlor families, for want of a better word, right now. And now you've got two generations who essentially consume media without actually interacting and communicating with it. Their entire world is shaped by it. Then you get a third generation in the form of millennials and now Gen X, Gen Alpha. So now we're talking about 3-4 generations and the effects that this has had on society. Like, one of the biggest things that I have thought about is, why has change felt like it's become impossible? Why does it seem like politics can never change when they have throughout most of human history? I mean, slavery was outlawed in the United States. It took a civil war, but it happened. Civil rights marches happened. These were people that got out and got change done. But when we look at the equivalent movements to that, like, the closest equivalents that you could have in the modern age would say like Occupy or Wall Street or even the George Floyd protests. It just kind of fizzles out every time. And it's almost like people understand that there's something wrong. It's this group understanding. Like, most people, I would say, probably think that there's something very wrong with the world today. I mean, if you actually look at, like, what comes out of MAGA, like, and you cut away most of the, like, the propaganda, the fundamental view is that something has gone wrong. The idea that people are dissatisfied, that there is no, that we are not great anymore, to use the actual MAGA call of it. And they coalesced around Donald Trump because, for better or worse, Donald Trump is willing to parrot these ideas. Well, yeah, you can take the Bible as the previous iteration of that, but within moderation. I mean, even in, at most, like, if I'm going to take an extreme example, look at the Amish. The Amish have a day of worship on Sundays. Jewish sects have a day of worship on Saturday. It's not day in, day out every day. Like, some people, no doubt, read and the Torah, the Bible, the Quran, I don't know if I'd use the word leisurely, but they read it day in and day out. My grandmother was actually one of those types. She was a fairly devout Catholic, so she would read the Bible at night. But she would also watch probably 4 or 5 hours of television. And most of my memories of her are actually watching the television. So, and on top of that, you would still talk with people because you're sitting in a church, you'd hear the sermon, and then in many church groups that I've attended, usually there's like a luncheon, and people do discuss it. Now, the ideas of the priest may never be challenged, but at least there is conversation along those lines. That being said, that is actually a really valid point. I hadn't actually thought about that one, so I gotta kind of figure out how that one actually ties into it. I started today. I don't think I've ran all that much today, so let me see where I'm currently. I've actually written about 500 words, but I don't think in terms of actual narrative I've made that much progress. It's never implied this communication is interactive or two-way interactive. Yeah, but I mean, here's the thing. God, faith in God, you may interpret like individual life events as messages from God. That whether or not they are is a matter of an individual person. But when someone speaks into a microphone, they are telling you, and it is a real thing. It's not. There's no faith involved with listening to a streamer. There's no faith involved with listening to the news. It is just a thing that exists that effectively can't be argued with. Theologians have argued about the nature of God for most of human history. But, and the teachings of the Bible are handed down from generation to generation to generation. But the God himself, well, unless you want to believe the words of prophets, does not speak to most people. If it may be, like, when I was in Sunday school, it was said that the proof of God is found by the interactions of other human beings, the events of life, so forth and so on. It wasn't like a one-way, an actual physical conversation, or at least that's the way it was described to me. And that's why I think the relationship with God is not one-to-one analogous. Like, you actually brought up an incredibly good point. I didn't even consider this one, so I have to actually give you thanks for that. Communications. Yeah, I mean, if you look at it more like, look at people that like follow large streamers. Honestly, if you just bring up live stream drama or live stream fails, you can see the discussion there. This is due to due to one-way communications. Essentially, it's Mildred's Parlor Walls are created by media companies. They create a fantasy world, a script, and ways you can feel a part of it, and then broadcast it straight into her parlor. Now, most people will look at the words media companies and say, well, there's your problem. However, I would say this is more a symptom of a problem than anything else. We can see when we step back from back to the real world, we can see the phenomena. We can see the same sort of parasocial relationships that Mildred has with the parlor in the way people interact and idolize with streamers and other individual creators. Now, to be fair, most creators are hosted on a large platform such as Twitch or YouTube. But that's all it is, a host. The creator itself is what pulls people in. And thus, this brings me to my next point, the nature of communication. Honestly, I think that actually completely, I think I just hit the nail on the head on this one. Because essentially, I introduced the idea of the Parlor Walls in Fahrenheit 451. The idea that new media is going into it. And the thing is, I don't see media companies as necessarily, I don't see it as a grand conspiracy. I'll put it like that. Because I worked as a contractor for Mixer. The idea was to build the largest platform. If I take that a step forward, media companies put on what's airs because it's what people want to watch. I don't think it's this grand conspiracy of sucking your soul out, which is what a lot of these types of works tend to become. Now, I do think algorithms play a part in what I would say the acceleration of this. But let me see here. How many words have I got in here so far? I just want to see. Can I get a word count on just the selection? Probably not. All right, let me just open Google Docs up on the other screen. $2,900 words, and so of what I've actually still got in the manuscript, what does that actually work out to be? So I basically ran 300 words that are just going to be in the manuscript. Yeah, I mean, sure, you could explain a lot by capitalism. But, I mean, you could also say the same is true in socialism, or communism as it was implemented in the Soviet Union. that it was essentially ideas being crammed into someone's head to make them believe the state and not go into it. The thing that I've noticed is that many of the criticisms of the communist system, especially the one that was in Russia, applies to capitalism. But many of the things that you say in capitalism, at least late stage capitalism, applies to socialism. Most of the prosperity of the 60s, 70s, and 80s were due to something known as Keynesian economics, which was essentially a socialist taxation policy and public work, where government was essentially required. The role of government was to essentially keep a level playing field, is the way I would describe it, although that's easily an oversimplification. I mean, that is a fair point. That is a fair point, that you could just say it's capitalism. And I think a lot of it is actually, like, let me put it to you like this. Imagine, here's the thing is, if you're a radio company and you're broadcasting a popular show and you keep doing things that make the popularity go up and up, like adding plot twists and such, it doesn't take bad intent to enthrall people to it. You could have all the best intentions, and yet you've still managed to basically enthrall people to your work. Then the system starts becoming a feedback loop. People demand more and more, so more and more goes into the show, and then at some point it becomes a tipping point. I mean, Grand Pal, you're completely correct. The people, honestly, I know that I'm going to quote Aaron Rind in here. I'm stealing myself for something I'm not looking forward to, and that's actually forcing myself to read Atlas Shrugged all the way through. I tried reading Atlas Shrugged years ago, and the book is legitimately painful. Like, I remember the opening of it. Actually, it completely broke immersion, and I was immediately starting to just criticize it. But if we take Aaron Rind and Atlas Shrugged, which some people have said is like the second most influential book in the United States after the Bible, it talks a lot about basically the economics of selfishness and what would happen if all the creatives went on strike. But what always has caught me about that book is actually how it opens. And it deals with the owner of a train company, what the hell is her name? Darcy Daisley. She basically, the train gets stopped at a red signal, and she gets out, determines that there's no possible way that the signal should say danger, and tells the engineer to go past, and the train gets to where it goes. There's no problems. And I had so many problems with that when I first read it. It's like, okay, it's this example of authoritarians just throwing roadblocks up, but it's such a terrible example because you don't know why the signal's been set at danger. You don't know there's been a rock slide. There's it takes all of about 3 seconds of thought to understand the problems with that example, and that's how the book starts. It kind of goes downhill from there. I don't think I got more than maybe 10% of the way through it before I just threw it aside. I'm probably going to have to pick it up and actually read the damn thing instead of just quoting Spark Notes. Well, I mean, Oli Coop, that's exactly the point. Yeah. People are isolated. And it's the idea of some greater power knows that's what's better for you. I mean, I've experienced that myself. I didn't have the choice in my career. I didn't have a choice in my education. I was dictated to. Now, this wasn't because of the government. It was due to my own upbringing. But I know exactly what that's like. And it took me a long time to break out of that. My 20s were not a happy period because of the consequences of that. And it was only after being able to essentially take that very hard look in the mirror and make some very difficult decisions in my life that I was able to put it in the past and move past and get beyond it. And, like, you know, part of me feels like, am I really contributing anything new by writing this book? And I don't know. Like, apathy... If I had to describe one word of what the current society feels like, it is apathy. The feeling that nothing can be done. And it's not just on an individual level. It feels like it permeates politics. And not just like Trumpism politics. I mean, the idea that you can't fix the problems, you can't use politics for change. It seems like the only thing you can use politics for is making more money. You can only choose in democracy or capitalism if... See, I didn't have the choice, though. I was forced into this field by my mother. I had no grounds in which to be able to go and choose my own path. In a socialist system, I would have actually had more choice than what I had in practice. So that, I mean, because ultimately, because I came from a relatively high-income family, I wasn't eligible for public aid. I wasn't going to be able to get loans for school because I applied as 17. I was still a minor at that point. In a communist system, my test scores would have determined the field, but there was still some choice in it. The leader, the previous chancellor of Germany, Angela Merkel, I mean, she talked about that she had trained to be a chemist in East Germany and how life was very simple, but yeah, I mean, I think what finally got me to sit down and write the damn thing is a few people have told me I need to write a book. More than a few people, actually, in real life have told me this. But what has happened every time I've tried to write, because this isn't my first go at it, although it is the first time I'm trying to live stream it. I was trying to write what was essentially partially an autobiography of being a second-generation Cuban exile. And it just kind of spiraled and didn't actually go anywhere because I was just writing my life story. I didn't have a point to make. There was no particular lesson to be learned here, and it just felt like I was adding noise. And, you know, it kind of killed my motivation on it. And part of what this has been building up to is let's see here. When I look at how I open this, you know, one of the biggest things I've been thinking about is dead internet theory. It was really thinking about that a lot and thinking about why it feels true in 2016. And it doesn't feel earlier than that. Like, I felt like the working title of the manuscript would be the beta test of the internet generation. And maybe that's what it will still be, but I'm still kind of working my way to that. So what happened against it, most people think they're rational, that their views are correct, and those views are correct. Think their views are correct. Evidence may or may not sway a given mind towards opinion, but we like to think of ourselves as individual free thinkers. But at least in Western democracies and parts of the world that embrace liberalism, individuals and yet free thinkers. We like to think of ourselves as individual free thinkers. And yet, most of the time, it always feels like we're echoing someone else's point, especially on the internet. For example, always feels like we're echoing someone else's point, especially on the internet. Where am I going with this? I'm gonna stretch my legs for a moment, and then I'm gonna keep going. Alright, I think I had the brainwave of where I'm going with this, because I need to know what I'm building into. And the idea is, chapter 3 is the internet and the individual. I'll probably change the title. Let's see here. We like to think of ourselves as individual free thinkers, and yet, especially on the internet. The fact is, despite what we might tell ourselves, our world and our views are shaped by other people. Much of this world shaping came from what is known as one-way communications, or more to the point, when we are told something. Take, for instance, the idea of the American Civil War. When I was in school, I was taught that the Civil War was primarily fought around the issue of slavery. That the southern states, I don't know if I need more context. Take, for instance, the idea of the American Civil War. Its primary flaw about the issue is slavery. I was told slavery was bad and that it was a violation of human rights. And the North led a campaign. You know what? No, that's not quite how I would describe it. I was told slavery was bad, and the Civil War was a righteous crusade to end the institution in the United States. That's a view that most historians would probably agree with to some degree. But it's not the only way people describe the Civil War. You might have heard of something known as the lost... I want to actually check this out. It's the lost cause of the Confederation. Let's see here. Lost cause of the Confederation. The Confederacy. In this version of history, is this really where I'm just debating if this is actually where I want to break into this, because this is, it's not the only way. You might have heard something known as the lost cause of the Confederacy. In this version of history, the southern states seceded on the issue of states' rights. Slavery itself isn't always brought up as a factor in this version of events. I don't think this is actually bringing... I don't know if I like this, the way this point is coming out. Pitched as the wars portrayed as a northern invasion and destruction of the southern way of life. The law. If this was the version of history you were taught, you're likely to echo it and even defend it in place, even in spite of evidence. After all, the seceding states wrote... let me see if I can actually find it. Let me find the actual text. I know South Carolina... Yeah, here it is. Yeah, after all this, wrote declarations to Congress listing their reasons for secession. To quote Mississippi's secession convention, it says the following. Our position is thoroughly identified with the institution of slavery, the greatest material interest in the world. Am I actually going... Am I going the right place with this? Righteous Crusade. So I should get rid of that notification about updates. Kind of mulling if this is where... Hey, Galax. It's talking about kind of the state of the internet, of how I've experienced it over the last, I don't know, 30 years. I mean, I was online from when I was 6. And it's talking about how views and sides come into. Like I said, I'm sort of feeling like I'm going into the weeds here. But... I'm just debating if this is actually the way I want to introduce this idea. I don't think I like how this idea is introduced. I think I like the point, but I think bringing slavery into it is not the right call here. I'm going to put that in the scratch pile. Let me think about this. One of the big things that I've learned with dealing with people that... I hesitate to use the word extremist views, but those that are deep in, is that if I directly attack a specific view in the book, it's going to cause people to reject what I'm saying about. And there's a lot of people out there that buy into extremist points of view. Attacking those straight out in the book is not going to help. It's just going to make people write it off. I think the point of view is valid, that, you know, I think that it makes sense. You know, there are people that are taught the lost cause of the Confederacy. They are even taught it in place of traditional history. I've heard some schools in the South do actually teach it as part of their history class. I have no way of knowing that for sure, but I can believe it. And if I use that example, it's going to incite people. At least those who probably would benefit the most from my message. Because, unfortunately, one of the side effects of, shall we say, being terminally online is extremism. And to a large degree, that has been taking the form of the far right. You do end up people that have gone the other way. You know, those who see far leftism, those who espouse or adopt communist views, the so-called tankies, so to speak, that basically try and whitewash history as far as the Soviet Union and other totalitarian communist states go. And it's why I'm a little hesitant to actually use the example of slavery here. I mean, because unfortunately there are people that believe slavery was a good thing. It's unfortunate. But I don't think it's a good idea to actually bring up a specific view. I gotta think about how I actually want to write this. Feels like that we're always echoing someone else's point, especially on the internet. Fact is that despite what we tell ourselves, our views and shaped our... beliefs in religion, society, and prosperity are directly influenced from how we grew up, how we grow, by our environment. I was born into a Roman Catholic family, and while I am not inactive, and that upbringing has no doubt had effects on how I see the world. It is, or how I see right and wrong. Take someone else. Now, take another individual born in China. You know what? Hold on. Born in Roman Catholic family in the United States. I was raised with the ideas of democracy and liberty. And for most of my life, I never questioned these beliefs. Take an individual born in China. They would be raised with... What's the predominant religion in China these days? I would assume it'd be one of the Dharma religions, but I don't actually know the PRC's viewpoint on it. Raised with a combination of Buddhist and Confucian prosperity of China. Is that where I always get a little hesitant to like put China in writing? Like this feels like, hey, look, I'm going to get banned in China. Let me see what chat's actually saying. History is written by the victors. The Warsaw Uprising. Let me... I actually didn't know anything about the Warsaw. I think I've read it in passing. Yeah, let me see here. I'm trying to think about... You know, I'm going to scratch the sentence. However, these beliefs were told to me. My father had been an immigrant to the U.S. He was in exile from Cuba who fled communism. Actually, I'm going to say fled Castro because it's not quite communism in this regard. It's a little bit more complicated than that, at least in my own history. Yeah. He often talked about how the United States was the best country in the world. And to him, it was true. He ultimately became extremely successful in his field and would go on to be recognized on an international level in the field of medicine. Yeah, I don't know the specifics of the Warsaw Uprising. I hate to admit that I don't really know the history that well in Eastern Europe. Most of what I know in regard World War II was not heavily talked about in my history class, and while my father had a fascination with World War II, he largely was more interested in the military aspects of it, not exactly the Allies steamrolling their way all the way to Berlin, which was towards the end. Like, that tended to be more of a footnote than anything else. So I admit that I have to claim ignorance here. It's something I think I'll have to read about. Well, I mean, Robert, the fact of the matter is you're not going to get an honest point of view. The social media in China in the form of WeChat requires a government ID to get on. So whatever you say is quite literally monitored by the authorities. Those that leave China and have no intent to return may speak more about the PRC, but then you're getting the comments of dissidents. You know, the ones that left and left for a reason. You know, I'm going to rephrase this. For the early part of my life, for the first 2 decades of my life, I never questioned these beliefs. This is an example of what I call one-way communication. I was told what to believe, and I believed it. Now, granted, I was a child. And a child has to learn from both their parents, from school. The same sort of one-way communication was done to teach history, English, math, and a variety of other subjects. In and of itself, but I could never question it. For simply teaching a topic, this sort of communication works just fine. One person talks, the other listens and learns. For simply teaching a topic, this is fine. We've all experienced this in our lives. However, we've also encountered... This is fine. How do I want to describe this? For simply talking about a topic, these sorts of communication work just fine. One person talks and the other person listens and learns. As children, it can be argued we have a duty to do that. We need to learn as individuals. However, a problem occurs when there is disagreement. Now, oftentimes, as children, we are told to talk out our problems and find a resolution. This often works with disputes between two equals, i.e., two children arguing over a ball at recess. However, it kinda doesn't work if you want or need to challenge a source. I don't know if I want you challenge what is being taught. I think cynicist is a word. If not, it's close enough to a word that people understand what you mean. I mean, the English language is not... The English language evolves. It's not exactly like French, which has a specific institute of saying, this is what French is, but this is what French isn't. I'm trying to think if I have a good example. I actually have a very good example. As I stated before, I was raised to believe that the United States was the best country in the world. And I even had some evidence to that extent. My father had raised himself, had arrived here with his family in poverty. He's now Is that the way I want to actually write that? He kept his head down, worked, and eventually rose to positions of providence. It was the manifestation of the American dream. However, I came to see the United States in a different light. In the years following the September 11th attacks, I eventually watched as the United States slowly began to slide deeper and deeper into authoritarianism. I watched as civil liberties were attacked and laws like Patriot Act passed. This was compounded with information like the Snowden leaks that showed that government spy agencies had comprised databases not dissimilar to those held by the Stasi and other state security forces in the Eastern Bloc during the Cold War. Robert, that's probably because of stream delay. Like, I don't know what the exact latency is between when I say something and when you hear it, but YouTube would have enough time to process it and add subtitles ahead of time. I'm kind of worried that I'm plot dumping here. Let me think about what I'm writing thus far. I'm currently debating where I want to go with this. Because I do actually think I'm on the right track. Because my father and I had a pretty serious falling out when I wanted to leave the United States. I didn't speak to him for almost 10 years after that point. Him and I have been on somewhat better terms, but it's not exactly been a healthy relationship. But there was also the fact that what had happened, like I said, I'm from a broken home. And I wasn't even there when it happened. I need to mull on this one. I'll be back in a moment. Alright. I had to think. I'm not sure this is the example I want to go with. I'm tempted to still go with an example from my own personal life here. Well, no, what actually got my father back in my life is I did what I should have done 5 years earlier. I actually got in my car, I went to Maryland, forced him to see me, and then shouted in his face for about an hour. Every time he tried to bring up a point, I would refute it, and I made sure I brought the receipts. And while he never went as far as saying that he was wrong, it actually did cause a change in attitude. Like, I think a lot of it is I held him up to his own father. I held him up to the example of my grandfather, Armando, who was the one that took my father and his uncle and fled from Cuba to Spain. And then from Spain, they were able to get visas for the United States. And I'm pretty sure on some level I got through to him. But like I said, there's a lot of tension in that relationship. And writing it is actually part of how I'm planning to deal with it. This was something I ran into with my first book that I tried to write, which, you know what, screw it. I'm just going to kind of monologue here for a bit, because maybe if I monologue, I can get it out. The first book I tried to write was called Generations of Exile. And if I ever get back to actually writing an autobiography, I might even still keep that, because I've always had the feeling of being a stranger in a strange land, because how I grew up in the United States was very abnormal as compared to a lot of people, that I felt completely disconnected from the United States. I ultimately got work from a British company, and I traveled the world extensively as part of that. And towards the latter half of my travels, I did a lot of traveling in Central America. And Central America is where the impact of American imperialism kind of took its highest role. But it was a lot more than that. Like, one of the things that really sticks out in my mind is I've been both to the PRC and to Taiwan. And it was hearing the different views of the China Civil War that really gave me the idea of perspective, because neither of you agreed with the history that you could find in the United States, because the United States was essentially a third party to that entire conflict. It talks a lot about perspective. I think that was one of the biggest things I learned. Especially living in Alaska, I learned a lot about perspective. Because when you grow up in New York City and you're in the literally what is known as the last frontier, and that far north, you really learn to put it all kind of in perspective. But yeah, there had been there. To say there was friction with that relationship is kind of underselling it. It's yeah, like I said, we were estranged for a long time. We are talking now, but it's, let's just say I have mixed feelings on the whole thing. I'm just trying to decide if this is the point I'm trying to make, because the way this basically was leading into is him and I, what was essentially the final straw in this, in our relationship, is I was interested in going back to school. I had not finished my degree, and after 6 years of working at Canonical, I knew I did not want to work in tech. I knew I didn't want to work in tech to begin with, but my mother had forced the issue, and I had no say in it. At that point, I was only making about $50K a year. I wasn't going to be able to afford to go to school, pay rent, and live full-time in the United States. I also had a personal interest in learning Spanish. My entire family on my father's side speaks Spanish. I'm the exception because, as my father told me, I would never need Spanish. It's a useless skill. That's literally what he told me multiple times. Despite the fact that I would go to his side of the family and I couldn't understand a word that was being fucking said because it was all in Spanish. I really let him have it on that one more than once. I'm still angry about it, even years after the fact. Anyway, I was able to get a residency visa for Mexico, but the thing is, I would have to have gone through a lot. I didn't have a lawyer at that point, and I was basically just kind of YOLOing it. And I decided to ask my father with help. I didn't ask him for money. I didn't ask him for anything else but to check my work in Spanish. And he blew up at me. He went completely off the wall about it. And it was enough to unnerve me to the point that I didn't go through with it. I've honestly regretted that decision. But it was also the last time I asked him for anything for 10 years. And I said, to hell with this. I'm not going to put up with a man that won't even listen. And honestly, I think a lot what changed is he has been directly affected by Donald Trump. Like, I don't think not in the first term, the second term, because if you've been paying attention to what's going on at Harvard, it's happening all over academia, and that's where he works. Yeah, I probably will end up rewriting this at least once, possibly twice. But I'm currently debating where I want to take it. Because ultimately, what I want to lead this into is the idea of the individual. Because on the internet, we are all individuals, all independent free thinkers, which is why you don't see leadership from internet organizations to an extent. This was something I've been mulling on for a long time, is why didn't Occupy or the Arab Spring actually bring lasting change? You got massive amounts of people outcrying over it, but there was no leadership. And you can't have leadership when everyone is individual free thinkers that don't want to follow the authority of someone else. And conversely, when you look at the far right, you don't exactly need that. I mean, I hate to use the frame, the intent is to cause harm, but a lot of times it is. You know, then the far right had the idea of, you know, basically Donald Trump taken to the Republican side. There was a lot of support from like groups that had supported Occupy for Bernie Sanders, but Hillary Clinton got the nomination, and well, I mean, that's how it went. No, I know that you're right about that, Oli Coop. It's like, it's what do I make for an actual example here? Let me scratch this section and just go back up. Yeah, but I mean, you're not wrong about that. But what, you know, put a different way, who actually believes that politics can change anything anymore? I mean, I'm not even just talking in the United States. I'm talking like on a global level. It's just continuation of the status quo more than anything else. Like, we've continued to face more and more increasing amounts of climate change. We are seeing some growth of renewables, but you know, it's like the conversation was in the 90s. Like, the only reason that renewables are starting to get traction is that they're much more economically viable than they were 20 years ago. But it's not, you know, it's the idea of reducing carbon emissions seems to be an afterthought than the actual main cause. You want or need to challenge the thing. Well, I mean, Oli Coop, there is actually some evidence to even agree with that point of view. I can't remember the experiment offhand. It was part of the conformity experiments that were done in the 50s and 60s. But effectively, the thing that unites separate groups of people is a common adversary. What basically kept the social cohesion of the United States together was the fact that there was the big scary USSR in the corner. When communism came to an end in Poland, and free and fair elections were held, the only it was 99 of 100 seats in the Sejm went to Solidarity, and the only thing was, essentially the platform was get rid of the communists, and then Poland would then eventually divide into separate political parties over time, as did much of the Eastern Bloc. So there is an argument, actually, that argument actually does hold water. Like, am I going into... Let me see. Like, where am I going with this? I'm going to say, actually, I'm going to rephrase that. Only a small handful, likely times than not, even when such a challenge was successful, it was only due to the intervention of parents or outside forces that made such challenge successful. In effect, we learn we can't argue with authority. The authority is always right. Hey, Melty. We do have a choice if we believe the words of a given authority. I feel like this idea is coming out very disjointed. You know what? Two-way communication. When two people are equal, they can talk with each other. They can discuss points, find common ground, and perhaps find workable solutions. these types they can discuss points, find common ground, find perhaps workable solutions. Two-way communications. When two people are equal, they can talk to each other. They can just. This is where friendships, romances, and more find their roots. I'm going to say good romances because there are people that fall into find the roots. It is our basic ability to connect and empathize with other people. You know, here's the thing. It sounds conceited when I say I don't have a fear of death. But I know I've done things intentionally in my life that had high risk of ending my life, and I still did them anyway because I hate to say the term I didn't care, but a lot of it is I rather end up dead trying to do something than live a simple, safe life that was completely uneventful. My mother falls into the camp of exceptional fear of death. I think a lot of people fall into that camp. Like, people have asked me multiple times, like, how I've done all these travels. The name of the book is kind of to be determined. Like I said, I feel like what I was thinking in my head was the view of the internet from the beta, wow, words suck. Like something in regards to the beta test, the confessions of a beta tester of the internet generation, because I was online from a very young age. I was online from about the age of 6. The thing is, I'm not exactly sure where I'm going with this book. I'm kind of just, I hate to say I'm using the force, but that's kind of where I'm going with it. So I've written 4,000 words, but I don't think I've actually gotten all that much written in the narrative that I'm happy with. Connect and emphasize with other people. Because kind of what I want to lead into is the individual. However, way communication basic ability to connect and emphasize with other people. The problem is when communicating with someone else, they might not like what you have to say. Certain political, economical, or philosophical beliefs might end up being offensive to other people and cause a negative reaction. I don't know if I really have a style. I'm just kind of writing. I will probably end up rewriting it, but it's kind of what it's kind of boiling down to is me exploring the idea of the internet and the costs of communication. Like, here in the beginning is the internet needs no introduction. It's, for many of us, a thing that has always existed and, as far as anyone knows, will always exist. And yet I've questioned the cost of this. There was a single moment that really put it in perspective to me. So that's kind of where I started with this, and it's kind of why I'm a little worried I'm going into the weeds. But I actually, now that I reread that, I think I know where I'm going with this. Cause a negative reaction. However, now, normally, this isn't exactly let's be honest. There are people who hold racist, bigoted, or otherwise similar ideas and honestly believe them. Conversely, there are those who think the ideas of equality and liberty is nothing more than a child's fantasy. These views are often... No, okay, I know where I'm going with this. They might not like what I used to say. Child's fantasy. As such, we tend to end up in social circles with people with similar views as our own. In the era before the internet, this would often be shaped by people within a given community. Imagine that you live in a small rural town. The experiences you have on a day-to-day basis Yeah, I mean, effectively, it is a thesis. I don't know if that's what it's going to end up being in the final product, but it is essentially a thesis. It's not even what I was intending to write, but it's kind of where I'm going with it. The experiences you have on a day-to-day basis will be similar to everyone else in town. If the local mine closes, you'll all feel the impact. You all had the experiences going to the same schools, churches, restaurants, and so forth. This creates a bond of commonality. It's the basis of how communities form. It's the basis of how communities form. Impact that closure. Wow, that what is with that spell check? This is what I get for using VS Code as an editor, but I like the larger font size and the coloring. No, Catherine, I actually... I don't disagree. I legitimately don't disagree. I just... Like I said, I'm kind of just trying to write and then figure out how I'm going to do it. Like, oftentimes when you write a book, or at least so I'm told, you will rewrite it more than once. And I probably will end up doing this. but I gotta kind of figure out what I want to say and how I want to say it. It is... No, I definitely agree with you. I'm actually going to mull on that point while I think about where I'm going to take this next, because I think I just established the bond of commonality. It's the basis of how communities form. And this is tying into what I was saying on how we end up alone and isolated. And because we don't have those shared experiences, at least not to the same extent. But let me keep mulling this, and then I'll be back in a moment. Alright, I'm back. Space of how communities form. However, bond of commonality. Power. seem to be more on than not. Bond of commonality. How do I connect this back? Because ultimately speaking, this is the thing that makes communities. You know, people have pride in their hometowns, pride in their country. It's where the roots of nationalism comes from. And while nationalism... How do I put this? It's sort of the forefront of conservative thinking, you know, the traditional social structures, the idea that, you know, I'm really struggling to put this into words. Let me think about it. Family or co-workers and our friends. Certainly didn't have a traditional childhood as many peers did. However, I actually want to look up statistics on this because I feel like I want to actually cite academic data on this, but I'm going to have to look at studies and get actual numbers for them. So because I mean, this was quoted in my school textbook, but I know I've read like 6 or 7. Even just looking on Google, I see papers talking about loneliness in the digital age. Like I see at least 3 papers in NIH from NIH about it. A bunch of other ones. Like, this is a fairly researched subject. So if I'm going to actually cite a paper, I'm going to need to read it. So, however, my upbringing aside, many others seem to feel a sense of loneliness and isolation in the digital age. Studies by I'm going to have to go back and actually find the studies and add it in. I'm just going to keep writing for the time being. Seem to confirm this hypothesis. People are more isolated than ever, even though we have more tools at our disposal for communication than we ever had before. This was going off the original point I was trying to get to. I feel like this is something I'm cooking in the right direction, but I'm not sure where I'm going with it. However, keep thinking back to the example. The world of Fahrenheit. Keep thinking of Mildred and her Parlor families. See, when I was thinking about this section the other night, I was actually thinking I was going to go into talking about radio, and it's not where I ended up. I think of the world of online communication. I think I went into the weeds here. Because I was going to have a chapter here, radio and reality. That's what I was going to call this chapter originally. And I think I need to have something in between these 2 points. Writing is hard. Perhaps learns. However, not all one-way communications are for the purposes of education. Imagine you are listening to a story. The story might have fantastical worlds, larger than life characters, and an exciting plot. Imagine you're listening to a story. The story might have fantastical worlds, larger than life characters. Are the elements that make any sort of fiction jump off the page and come to life. Imagine you're listening to a story. The story might have these are the elements. Alternatively, the story might just have elements that let you feel like you're a part of it. Stories, soap operas come to mind, which tell the story of various characters, stories, various families, how they interact over time. This is, in effect, what Mildred's world was. She was happy. She was happy due to it. She felt she could be a part of those worlds, even though they only existed in a screen. For her, she didn't seemingly want anything else and actively rejected. Even though they exist on screen. I actually think that lead-in works a lot better. We can lose ourselves in these videos easily. We can even find familiarity in the game and watching someone else play it. We don't need to be an active part of the conversation to enjoy it. Indeed, we often can't be a part of that conversation or experience. In and of itself, this is ultimately, this is I'm not super happy with this section, but I'm not sure where I'm going with it. And that's a jet flying overhead. All right, so one-way communication. How communities form. It's true that both in the... It seems that these bonds are all about or are lacking in modern life. That might just be me as an individual. I certainly don't. I'm sorry if I'm not talking. I'm legitimately just looking at what I've been written so far and seeing what, if anything, I am happy with and not happy with. So I just want to see how much I've actually written thus far. So 3,800 words, and I believe I started today at 2,600. So I've hit the word goal, but I think I want to try and get a little bit more done. Like, part of what I want to boil into is basically screaming into the void. And I think I want to basically continue that into the individual. Here are a lot of other works would go into the effects of social media and how they isolate us from people. There are no doubt many such works. Many I have heard many times that people only have Facebook, X, or other social media platforms to stay in touch, friends, or because they feel it's necessary. I think, though, this is actually more a symptom. So, it's easy to look at social media and say, that's not interacting with a real person, or go outside and talk to someone. More than a symptom than the actual problem. Actually, a symptom than the actual problem itself. It's easy to look at social media and write it off as one fell swoop. However, the question I never seem to see asked is, why are you using social media? Or why are you using social media? Or why are you always looking at your phone? Questions I hear on these lines of thought tend to end up, I need to word this better. It's easy to look at social media and write off and when someone's like, say things like, questions I hear on these lines tend to be, why are you using social media, or why are you always looking at a phone? Even when it's almost like if I were to, questions I hear in these false lines tend to be, how do I write this? I know what I'm trying to say now. Essentially, this is my lead-in to a lot of things. be back in a moment. I'm going to ponder this while... Let's see if I can get something to percolate. No, I'm definitely, I'm definitely getting closer to what I'm articulating the ideas in my head. Basically, where I'm trying to go with this is the idea that the internet isolates us, I think, is something of a false dichotomy. Because if I ask the question of why the real world doesn't engage us, it starts looking a little bit different, because what are we escaping from? And thank you, Garden State Boss, for the subscription. It's a pity I no longer live in the Garden State. Like, this is the idea I've been trying to articulate for a while. And I'm sorry if I'm going to sound a little distant, because I'm pacing around the room right now trying to figure out how to write it. We can say that the internet, you can make the argument that the internet isolates us, that we're all compressed down to people. But why is it that we don't have feelings of connection with fellow human beings? Like, I'm not saying this feeling is universal. There's certainly people that don't have this. But if we're in a society, I'm going to make this point. I have to actually be able to articulate it, and then I have to be able to justify it. All right, Nicholas. I thought I had music on in the background of this stream. Is it not playing? I do have background audio going. I mean, here's where I'm kind of trying to come from. What if we look at the view of social media as a symptom and not the cause? Like, why do we feel so isolated? Why is it that we are not connecting with our fellow human beings? The people that we find connection and commonality, we find it in chat rooms, we find it in disconnected. Like, we interact with our friends through the internet, but partially because of a lack of third spaces in our world. But it's lack of similar connections. How do I write this in a way that makes sense? I'm literally pacing thinking about this right now. Because when you look at people that, like, I hesitate to use the word internet addiction, but when you look in communities like our no surf, you often just hear the internet being described as a giant net negative, that you're basically just burning your life out watching YouTube shorts, pornography, so forth and so on. It's like engagement with the real world is impossible. Right, and that's kind of what I'm boiling down, what I'm getting to. I'm trying to figure out how to connect the bridges. I hate to say that sometimes it feels like the vast majority of the people in the world feel like NPCs, because I feel like that's too broad of a generalization, but it kind of sums up the thought that I'm going with. I just am not exactly sure how to go on about it. It's like, you sit down and interact with someone else. Well, you're right. I don't disagree that dopamine and ignoring pain is part of it. I don't deny that the internet has an addictive quality to it, because it is a world without pain. You can simply just change the channel. But there feels like there's a lack of communication in the real world. Like, lack of third spaces plays into that, but I keep coming to the same thought in Fahrenheit 451. That people stopped reading in Fahrenheit 451. That everything was simplified and down. And if I make the argument a different way, what if third spaces and places to interact outside the internet stopped appearing because people stopped going? And if I make that argument, it feels like something... The problem is I can't back that argument. But it feels like, or at least I can't back that argument yet. I have to keep thinking on this one. Like, the most common response I hear to the ailments of the world is that nothing can be done about it. Like, there's nothing we can do to change the world. Now, you hear stories of like individuals that lead to great change. You hear things, things like Martin Luther King, who eventually would end up creating the Civil Rights March. And yet there's no analog to that in the last 60 years. Like, the closest thing we get to that is the rise of far-right populist authoritarians, which, to a large extent, are capitalizing on the feelings of isolation in the world. Like, when you look at the methodology, when you look at the... how do I describe this? When you look at people that end up in cults, a lot of it is because they found a sense of community and belonging into it. The actual beliefs of the cult don't actually seem to matter. It's because it's a group. It's something that exists. Like, for people that find their way down the alt-right pipeline, it's people that feel... I guess the word I would use is fed up with the current status quo of the world. You go looking for answers, and you hear X, Y, and Z can cause change, and this is a solution. It's a nice, easy-to-digest soundbite. Well, I mean, I've been legitimately thinking about this one, because... the things that we've been seeing in the world are not new. It's just the culmination of things that have been happening over the last 50 years. The lack of third spaces in the current year is because third spaces became less and less popular in the 2000s, the 2010s, even the 90s. Now, part of this you could say is that these third spaces basically got replaced by family-friendly entertainment. That's actually something that is central to the point of the book. Times Square Blue, Times Square Red. But... Alright, so actually, let me catch up with chat. I mean, Graham Powell, I actually think you're kind of on the right mark there. Read some abstracts and studies of human communication. Even better if you can find stuff that compares e-communication to traditional communication. That's a very good point. Digital communication and... salient question of digital errors where new forms of digital communication have displaced or reinforced traditional forms, meaning face-to-face. I'm just reading with chat and I'm thinking about chat. I would say, Nicholas, you've got a major point there. You've legitimately got a major point on whether it reinforces or displaces. My counter to that point, and I think I'm going to have to go looking at studies for this, and I'm not even sure where I'm going to find them, is pen pals were a thing. I remember a bunch of people signed up for like pen pals and letter writing back in the 90s when I was in school. I remember that being a really big thing. My mother, I think she told me she used to have a couple of pen pals when she was a kid. For a large part of existence, I mean, think of sailors in the Navy throughout most of history. The way they communicate with their families is through letters and such. The only real difference is that we can now write a letter digitally and have it received almost instantaneously on the other side. like, I'm legitimately putting thought to this and trying to figure out if let me write a little bit more. However, my upbringing side in this, see what works. However, what if we flip this question? This. What if use of social media is a symptom, a retreat into digital, is a symptom and not cause and of itself. In the world, can be argued, we use social media and a retreat to digital media as a symptom and not a cause of it in of itself. What if we flip this? Following this line of thought, what if the reason we feel so disconnected is because of what is happening in the analog? And our descent into the digital is only because we can find no other alternative. You know, Mosvax, that is a fair point. I mean, oftentimes I print when I send. I've actually, with both my parents, well, with my father, it's still mostly been email, but with my mother, it is mostly snail mail. I do put a fair bit more thought into it, and before I email it, or before I print it out and send it, like. Because it is an object that exists in the physical world. It is something that exists. It's the difference between an ebook and a physical book. Now, oh, that was weird. Okay, stream momentarily blipped. No, I definitely think because there's an object, there's a physicality involved. There is a physicality involved. It's something I have experienced with amateur radio and what we call QSL cards that you send and receive in the post, which are two-way communications. Like, your average amateur radio communication is usually call CQ, wait until someone responds, exchange signal reports, end of conversation. And then there's the second part, which is a conversation. There's the part that happens in the physical world. For the purposes of awards in amateur radio, you not only have to work the contact, you need something what's known as a confirmation. Now, for most of amateur radio's history, these confirmations were done with paper cards known as QSL cards. These days, it's mostly digital, although quite a few hams still do the paper ones, largely the older ones, to the point that there is still an entire system of sending these cards to all over the world in a cost-effective way. I'm connected to the Greek Amateur Radio QSL Bureau. So if you want to send me a QSL card, you can address it to my call sign and send it through Bureau. It will get to me eventually. It won't be fast, but it will get to me. But, I mean, conversely, what's the difference between reading Fahrenheit 451 as a book, as an ebook, or listening it to an audiobook? I was actually listening it as an audiobook for... I've listened to the first part as an audiobook, and then I actually found it on my Kindle, in my Kindle library. I don't have a Kindle anymore, but I could log into Amazon's web library, and it's like, oh, okay, I can just read the rest of it. And the audiobook for Fahrenheit 451 was actually dictated by Ryan Bradbury. It was by the author. And hearing it in his own voice, acting it out, it was a lot more real. You could hear the emotionality as the characters, like Barty basically going on and on and on about how this world became the way it is. Well, for different people, that's going to mean different things. I live a fairly minimalist life. I lived out of a backpack for years. I had a Kindle because it was a way to carry books with me without taking up half my backpack. I don't actually remember the last time I bought like a legitimate paperback. I've read a few semi-recently, but I almost always just use ebooks instead. But if the physical manifestation, like one thing that I learned in a discussion on a Discord the other night is that a lot of people attach memories to physical objects. If the physical object goes poof, the memory goes with it. Like, for me, I've never experienced that, but I've also experienced losing a lot of, shall we say, material items in my life. Not by choice, I should say. So I've always learned to take the memories with me. They're anchored together. I don't know how I'd actually describe how I anchor my memories to reality. I'd say I remember things through events and things that I've done, but I do take a lot of photos. They're all digital, but I do take a lot of photos. I'd be very upset if I lost my photos, and that's why I have multiple backups of said photo library. We flip this on its head. What if the use of social media and retreat digital is a symptom and not a cause in and of itself? Longest line of thought. However, it's this line of thought that has captivated. I mean, essentially, this is the line of thought that I had. Because part of why I went into Fahrenheit 451 is it was written in the 50s. And yet it describes the world as it is today so much. But reality is relative. Some people live in a false reality. I mean, look at the people that live in the world of alternative facts. They are so disconnected from reality. You know, maybe it's because there is nothing grounding them and connecting them. The only thing that they can find commonality is other people who distrust the mainstream view of the world, and thus they fall down the rabbit hole of conspiracy theories. I mean, put it a different way. If you're someone who distrusts the government, distrusts mass media, well, you're going to give credence to those that talk the other way. I mean, think about how people end up watching Alex Jones. Right, but here's the thing: is you can disagree with what the record says. You know, memory is not static. Memory can change. Memory can be fluid. We can recontextualize a memory from bit to bit to bit. Just like we can crop a photo. Porter Smith, thank you for becoming a Seeker supporter. Wow, I was not expecting to get a new member on these streams. I like this. I'm very happy about this because I finally managed to get the basis of what this damn book is supposed to be about down. Because let's put it a different way. Capitalism will sell what is popular. If people want an escape from reality, those escapes from reality will become more and more popular. Fill a need, see a need, fill a need. And then it becomes a feedback cycle. As more and more people feel disconnected from reality, they get involved with other media. More money comes in. It grows and grows and grows and grows and grows and grows and grows. That is exactly what I want to go with this. That's exactly what I've been trying to get at. That's the thought that has been stuck in my damn brain for at least half a year, and I finally have it in words. The idea that algorithms are the end result of a need trying to be filled. It's people wanting these systems, being able to find content, being able to go, you know, like in and of itself, you know, you go on YouTube, you try and find something, but the media companies are not holding a gun to your head and telling you to get on YouTube. It's because you're trying to avoid something, or it's because you have nothing else to do. Yeah, actually, I actually keep all my writings in a a private GitHub repository, which is why this is an MD file and MD code. So I can just, I also keep the Git repo on Dropbox, but yeah, I do. I had some problems actually uploading it, but, no, I actually think that's exactly where where I've been trying. I'm gonna ponder on this just to make sure this is actually where I want to go. But I mean, this is the answer I always tend to hear: is the end result of society is the collective will of people, on some degree, wanting it. You know, the reason we accept trade deals with regimes that have bad human rights is that people want cheap consumer products. Trying to convince someone to take a moral stand that hurts themselves is not exactly a popular thing. You know, telling someone to kick an addiction is not even an easy thing. I actually need to think for a bit. I'll be back in a moment. Okay, I think I had a brainwave. It's a beautiful day here in Greece, and 5 minutes in the sun. Actually, some of it is like White Bat's audio, and the other half is all YouTube audio library. It's just stuff I know that won't get content ID'd. Let me start by posing a question. Imagine for a moment that you had the ability to instantly transport everyone you considered a friend in the digital world over to your house or an open public space. You could snap your fingers, and they would appear free. And would you do it? I mean, here's the question. What if if like an actual case for the folks watching right now, if you could at no cost see me and interact with me here in person, like imagine we were like, I don't know, in a lecture hall, would you do it? Would you join in? And you had no other obligations. Instead of just pulling me up in stream, would you interact with me in real life? I mean, that's kind of where I'm going with this one. You do it. Exactly. We use the digital because we don't have an alternative in real life. Torium. My Black Digital. If I could magically transport my digital friends to a single I think the answer have met several of people I originally met online in Meet Space. This oftentimes traveling great distances or finding it did happen. I always appreciated these interactions. Yeah, I think this is where I'm going with this. We embrace the digital because there is no alternative in real life, or at least there isn't anymore. I mean, I lived in New York City. I actually lived in Manhattan for about 6 years. When I started this channel, I was actually still in Manhattan. I then moved to Jersey City because I simply didn't have room. But the fact of the matter is that this channel, I'll put it like this. I had trouble finding social, peers, friends, anything, living in one of the most concentrated areas on in the whole damn planet. In the United States, New York City and the surrounding metro area are one of the very few places in the United States you can get pretty much anywhere without a car. You can get almost anywhere in the 5 boroughs. You can get to New Jersey. And if it's in the city limits, it's $2.75 on with a Metro card. Like, it's not necessarily cheap, but a Subway card swipe is not exactly expensive either. Counting great distances. Would you do it? I think I'm going to need to change the name of this chapter, but... always appreciate these interactions. I have often found that people online are very similar to how they are in real life. Certainly, I think the answer for this, so I think most of us accept that the digital as a substitute for reality I really want to say this. Always appreciate this. However, let me pose a question. Imagine for a moment you had the ability to insert digital over to your house. I would. Would you do it? I would. If I could get members of my live streams, the viewers, my live stream, same. It's true. Seek out what can't. We turn to the digital because we can't find another way to meet our social needs in reality. To back this statement, I'll share an excerpt from my own. We turn to the digital because we can't find another way to meet our social needs in reality. However, is that... Turn to the digital because we can't find another way to meet our social needs in reality. I have had deep relationships in real life. well as deep and long-lasting friendships that at this point have lasted for 20 years. However, these interactions, fellow humans, few and far between. Okay, so how do I build off this? I think your social needs in reality. One of the greatest advantages and disadvantages of the internet is that it's global. You might find someone whom you are perfectly compatible with in all regards, but that other person might be in New Zealand while you are in New York. In fact, the internet can help us find what we want, but it can't help bring us together. Now, this is definitely going where I want to take it. Where are we in the word count? The problem with this word count is includes like my scratch file, which is at the bottom. Let me move all this to the scratch file. Finding the other person's in New Zealand while you're in New York. Yeah. This is, however, a double-edged sword. Sometimes what we are looking for necessarily something that helps. Take, for instance, someone who is mistrustful of governments and mass media. They're looking for confirmation that their views, no matter how unlikely or outlandish they may be, has some validity. Given the global scope of the internet, you can find that. We saw this as a society during the COVID-19 pandemic. People who were distrustful of vaccines or government-mandated shutdowns flocked to the internet to find others who shared their views. This is in small scale how the internet people were looking for commonality and connection. And they found it. Even though their beliefs were likely on misinformation of some sort. However, we had alternatives to digital in the form of deep social connections. How do I want to put this? It's similar to how people become members of cults or extremist organizations. At some point, the beliefs of these groups do not matter. A member You have an organization. You have a group of people who are either like-minded or are willing or accept you as a member. You might not need to accept all their views, but as you go deeper down the rabbit hole, start hearing the same beliefs over and over again until it becomes reality. This is how. Is this really where I want to go with this? Like, I feel like groups, if people of like-minded accept you as a member, you might not need to accept all their views. As you go down deeper down the rabbit hole, you start it's no, I think I've gone off on a tangent here. This is definitely not where I want to go. I think it's a good point, but I think this is going to the scrap file. Help bring us together. Bring us together. For instance, is global. You might find someone you're perfectly compatible in all regards, but that other person might be in New Zealand while you are in New York. Okay. Help bring us together. far have I actually... How much have I actually written thus far? I want to see what my word count currently is at. $3,913. So I have actually met my writing goal for the day. I want to see if I can percolate this idea a bit more. I'm going to take a break, think, and see. Like, I definitely think I'm on the right track here. Alright, I'm back. I definitely feel like I've got... One of the things that I want to bring up going into this is the sense of individualism that has essentially predominates American culture. It's one of the reasons I kept bringing up Ayn Rand, because it's the idea that... How do I put this? Let me move the mic to the center of the room so I can... I find it much easier to think when I'm standing and pacing than when I'm sitting in my chair. And I am looking forward to going to IKEA this weekend and getting a new chair because this chair is crap. This leads to another question. Why can't we find these types of connections in the analog world? I'm actually mulling this one right now. Why can't we find these types of connections in the analog world? And if you'll, I'm going to eat some lunch while I ponder this. Burgers with lettuce. I mean, this is basically the heart of it. If we had deep connections in the physical world, would we be so tied to the digital? I think I had something in my scratch file that I want to reuse. Or maybe I accidentally deleted it. let me put my burrs to the side. I am pondering this. I am legitimately pondering this. Because I think a lot of it is... We see news, we see belief. Hold on. Oh, you know when you gotta sneeze and you can't? That's me right now. I may call the stream soon because I may have to think on this one for a while before I actually get an answer. To answer this question, stand others. Of friendship. Shared experiences and commonalities. Do you have bonds of friendship? The same can be true for people with a religious disposition. They find members of a given church, at least notationally, at least nominally, share a similar set of beliefs, and thus forms the first bonds of commonality. Take, for instance, people who come, group of people who live in the same town or city. They might have individual lives, jobs, but because they are from the same community, also have shared background. I am from New York City, and I experienced September 11th attacks firsthand. When talking to someone similar age to myself from New York. We have that as a place to start. Where were you? We have that as a place to start. That may not be quite where I want to go for this. Let me scratch that. Shit background. This background becomes the common thread ties us together. Share background. Group together. And yet, take for instance a group of people who live in the same town or city. In theory, this collection, shared experiences, should let us be able to connect. And yet, at the same time, I feel like it often doesn't. I grew up, I spent most of my adult life thus far in New York, in the city of New York, which is comprised of approximately 18 million people. And yet, despite this, I struggled to find anyone I could connect with. Mr. I did get involved in a few local tech groups and attended open nights, hacker spaces. But actual connection felt as far away anything. Felt as far away as it ever. I did make a few close friends and even had a fairly tight-knit social group, which sadly imploded for a while, but acquaintances. Most. seemed like to me people only showed up to play a game and not necessarily make friends or other connections. And that was kind of make friends or anything. I'm going to say, why do we struggle? Only show to play a game and not necessarily make friends or anything else. See, I'm a little worried that this is too much my own personal experience and not a general case that I can build off of. But solve any of these problems. It, at best, alleviated them for a few hours at a time. Alleviated them for a few hours at a time. Take, for instance, the group of people. I don't know how to describe it. Like, I did have some. I had a very tight knit social group for a long time, which unfortunately blew up due to internal pressure during the pandemic. But I remember being very isolated and lonely in New York. I mean, part of this is due to having a sleep disorder. It's hard to find other people at 2 in the morning. Yeah, I definitely want to go. I definitely feel like the thing is that by involving my own life into this, like, the ultimate fact is I'm writing this book for my own sake. Because I feel like I have a book in me that has to get out. And I'm like, I'm going to be okay if maybe I sell 5 copies of it. Maybe I'm being optimistic at that. Like, realistically, I'm just another internet rando with an opinion, and I like to think a slightly above average ability to write. Then again, maybe it'll resonate with people. Otherwise, maybe it doesn't. I mean, how many times do people stay silent because they think they'll be ridiculed for their views? I might be willing to co-author a book. I do want to write something on my own, but I would definitely be more. I would be willing to do that. Like, I think a lot of people, when they expected me to write a book, would be something about vintage technology, and honestly, I had that thought myself, and maybe that book is coming, but ultimately, that book would just be a YouTube video in paper form. Like, I don't feel like it would be all that. Yeah, I could definitely use a wordsmith. And I already suspect that when I get closer to actually something... I'm already know that I'm going to self-publish this. I'm not going to even try and find a publisher. I know for a fact that that's going to be an incredibly hard thing to do. Especially with me living in Greece. Like, I'm not going to find one locally. Well, right now it's still first draft. I could definitely... A wordsmith definitely could help me get it to the point that it would be more in depth. But right now, I'm still kind of just fleshing it out. Like, I'm going to be writing a first draft, and then I'm going to have to rewrite it and make it something more compelling. I already know that I am going to have to do this. I'm going to stand up and think for a bit. I mean, Nicholas, yeah, sorry, I'm back at the keyboard. No, I actually do agree. The thing is that I already can see just in what I've written, it's a little disjointed. Like, if I were to revise it like just this second, I would probably lead in immediately with um I would probably lead in immediately with what if basically this is where I would lead in with what if social media is a retreat and a retreat into digital media is a symptom, not a cause in and of itself. Like this is where I would start, and I would lay down an introduction and an introduction to a book, and then I would compound upon it. But right now, I'm still trying to actually get the idea out on paper. Like when it comes time to rewrite it, it's definitely going to be more like I know. I think the plan right now. I know the definition of a novel is 50,000 words. If I take everything I've written right now, which is not quite that much, let me see what the exact word count is at right this second of just what I've currently got in the manuscript and not in the scratch file. $4,200 words is what it is. So I'm about let's see here. I'm a little under 10%. I'm 800 words shy of 10% of a novel. My guess is to fully flesh out the idea, it's going to be a little bit more than 50,000. It'll probably be about 70. Once I have that done, I can take what I've written and rewrite it, which is always an easier process than getting the ideas down on paper. Now, admittedly, when I often do my script writing, I don't rewrite it 6 or 7 times. I have on occasion when it comes out really half-baked, but at least for a YouTube video, the visuals and the audio kind of make up if the script is a little bit, shall we say, is kaputsky. Like, I'm not even sure I'd actually even include the section about Fahrenheit 451 in the final draft. Like, fleshing out that idea helped me emphasize other ideas from it. And the thing is that I want to go backwards. I definitely need to touch on the radio era and how artificial worlds essentially we grew into what they are today and then became a feedback cycle. I mean, the other thing is that most people aren't willing to share their writing until it's done. I conversely am actually happier to do so because I can literally get feedback in real time. A and B, it's not isolating. Like I even though the experience to me is I talking to Mike, people listen to me, and comments show up in the chat. It's got a degree of interconnect that I wouldn't get just sitting in an empty room trying to write a book. So where do I build off from here? Like, I know I'm building towards someone or something. alleviate them for a few hours. Hey Costas, how you doing? This is your Sierra Victor Zero host, struggling to write. I did reach my writing goal for the day. I did write about 1,500 words. I've been at this for 4 hours. I might call it here, and then I think I'm going to throw up the stream a little later, and maybe I'll do some OS2 or something. Actually, I think I know. I think I'm going to dust off a previous project I'd done in the past. I think it would be, I've had this weird, strange fascination of making a floppy edition of Windows Millennium Edition, and thus I'm kind of tempted to actually do that. I mean, why not? I don't have a reason not to do it. I have all the files. I have some previous work I did on it. I just have to do it. And I have the previous video basically ready to go. No, I would mean make an actual floppy edition of Windows Millennium, Millennium Edition, where it literally is all installed off floppy disks. Unfortunately, I don't have a floppy disk drive or a vintage computer I could actually do the install on, but I've kind of been tempted to do it for shits and giggles factor. I even started this work a while ago. So it's at least conceivable. Like, I have a pretty good idea of what it would take to do it. I would just have to do probably a bunch of shell scripting is really what it would take. I'm also debating if I just want to do something amateur radio related. I am going to be going to the Hamfest in Athens on Saturday, so I'm hopefully going to pick up some more radio equipment. An AMD K6 II. The problem is I'd have no way to actually hook it up. I don't have a way to do video capture and such, and I'd still need like a stack of 200 floppy disks to do that. I'm really kind of trying to avoid that in my life right now. This is a good burger. Yeah, I'm thinking I'm going to probably wrap it up here. I'm trying to think of anything else I want to actually work on today, because I've met my writing goal. Yeah, I know I just did this, but I want to just do it again. Because if I copy and paste the document in Google Docs, Yeah, 4,214 words. So I'm like 10% of the way of where I want to be in terms of minimal novel. Oh, that's unfortunate, cost tests. It doesn't surprise me that most of it is going to be expensive. I was kind of hoping to find hams that would offload old rigs. Like, that's where my Yesu came from. And then I think on Sunday, I'm actually doing... oh, I forgot the town it's in. It's related to the Peloponnese meter gauge railway. It's like a rail exhibition. And honestly, I have this thing for abandoned railways, and there's a giant one here in the Peloponnese. Good old meter gauge. Well, hopefully it won't be a complete bust, like I said, but I definitely think... I definitely think I'm on the right track. I'm kind of thinking I'm running out of steam, but I definitely am very happy that I was able to get some ideas articulated. Now I just need to kind of build off that. So I'm kind of debating if I want to just kind of call it here or whatnot. It's probably about to rain here, so not a whole lot to do today. I mean, the other thing I've been thinking about is, do I want to grab OS2 and do something with it? It's like, those are the two ideas that keep iterating through my head. But yeah, I think I'm going to call it here. We'll pick this up again in a day or two. And I'll probably live stream later and do something with OS2. Alright, anyway, this is your host, End Commander, signing off, wishing you all a pleasant day. And hope you're all doing well out there as well. See ya.